Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The latch clicked shut behind me, and the air seemed to press against my skin with an unfamiliar weight. My breath caught, more from the sudden change than any tangible reason. Dust floated lazily through pale shafts of light, each particle a silent witness to the stillness. Fingers brushed a rough patch on the wall, its texture somehow different, older, perhaps. A faint metallic tang hung in the air, sharpening with each inhale. I paused, heartbeats marking time, sensing what eyes could not see. The room hadn't changed, but something else had shifted, and I couldn't quite place it. The wallpaper, that's what brought it back, the way it curled at the edges, peeling away like old skin. I'd seen that pattern before, or maybe I'd dreamed it. The mind plays tricks when you've spent too many hours staring at evidence boards, connecting threads that might not exist. She was found on a Tuesday, or was it Wednesday? The details blur now, months later, but I remember the detective's voice over the phone. Flat, professional. The kind of tone that tells you something has ended before you even understand what began. I touched the wall again. The rough patch feels familiar under my fingertips, like reading Braille in a language I've forgotten. The metallic taste grows stronger, coating my tongue with copper pennies and old keys. The apartment looked normal from the outside. Third floor, corner unit, windows facing east where morning light would have painted everything gold. But inside, the shadows seemed to pool in the wrong places. I remember thinking that when I first walked through with the landlord, his keys jangling like nervous laughter. She'd been gone for 3 days before anyone noticed. Her supervisor called it in missed meetings, unanswered emails, the digital breadcrumbs of a life suddenly interrupted. When they found her, she was sitting in a kitchen chair, facing the window. Peaceful, the report said, natural causes. But I knew her, knew the way she moved through spaces, quick and purposeful, like water finding its level. She wouldn't have just sat there, not her. The dust motes dance in the light, hypnotic in their randomness. Each speck follows invisible currents, rising and falling according to laws I can't perceive. I wonder if that's how we all move, guided by forces we don't understand, thinking we're choosing our direction when really we're just floating. My notebook from those first weeks is filled with fragments, grocery receipts dated 3 days before they found her, a half-finished crossword on the kitchen table, 7 across, state of being lost. The answer was torn away. The neighbors heard nothing unusual. Mrs. Chen from downstairs mentioned seeing her Tuesday evening, bringing in mail, or maybe it was Monday. Memory is elastic, stretching and snapping back into shapes that might not match the original. I flip through pages now, reading my own handwriting like it belongs to someone else. Coffee cup still warm, I'd written, then crossed it out. Below that, check with coroner about time estimates. Below that, why was the window open? The window, I walk to it now, my footsteps muffled by carpet that's seen better decades. The latch is old brass, tarnished green around the edges. It turns easily, too easily for something that should have been painted shut years ago. Air flows in, carrying scents of rain and exhaust and something else. Something organic, like leaves decomposing in hidden places. The same smell was here that first day, but I'd attributed it to the season, the way autumn creeps into everything whether you invite it or not. Her sister called me a week after the funeral, voice tight with unshed tears and unanswered questions. She was afraid of something, she said, The last time we talked, she kept looking over her shoulder, like someone was watching. But the police found no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no evidence of anything beyond a woman who simply stopped like a clock winding down to silence. I close the window and the metallic taste fades, replaced by something mustier. The wallpaper curls a little more, and I resist the urge to smooth it down. Some things are meant to come apart. The investigation lasted 6 weeks on paper. In my mind, it never ended. I kept coming back, walking through the same rooms, touching the same surfaces, hoping my fingers might read stories that my eyes missed. There was a photograph on her dresser, not unusual in itself, except it showed an empty park bench beneath winter trees. No people, no focal point, just negative space where something should have been. I asked her sister about it, but she'd never seen it before. Maybe she took it herself, she suggested. She was always photographing random things, said she was documenting moments between moments. Moments between moments, the phrase stuck, rolling around in my thoughts like a marble in an empty jar. What happens in the spaces we don't notice? What fills the gaps between heartbeats, between breaths, between the last time someone sees you and the first time someone realizes you're gone? I sit in the kitchen chair now, facing the window as she did. The view is ordinary rooftops and telephone wires, a slice of sky that promises nothing. But the angle feels wrong, like looking at a familiar face from an unfamiliar direction. The crossword is gone now, cleaned away with everything else, but I remember 7 across, the torn answer. State of being lost, 5 letters, could have been astray, could have been adrift, could have been found. The thought surfaces without warning, and I turn it over like a stone pulled from deep water. What if being lost was the point? What if she wasn't taken from this place, but brought to it? My notebook falls open to a page I don't remember writing. The handwriting is mine, but looser somehow, as if my hand was moving faster than my thoughts. The window was already open when they found her. Who opens a window in October? Who sits facing the cold? Someone waiting for something to arrive, or someone letting something escape. The metallic taste returns, stronger now, and I realize I've been biting my tongue without noticing. Blood, then, not copper pennies or old keys, just the ordinary flavor of small wounds we inflict on ourselves. I stand, walk to the bedroom, run my hands along surfaces that should be familiar by now. The dresser where the photograph sat, the closet where her clothes hung in neat rows, organized by color and season. The bed made with military precision, corners tucked tight enough to bounce a coin. But there's something else. A depression in the carpet beside the bed, too small for furniture, too regular for accident. The shape of someone kneeling or crouching or waiting in the dark. I kneel in the same spot, feeling the compressed fibers against my knees. From this angle, I can see under the bed, into the shadows that the crime scene photographers might have missed. Nothing there now, but the dust pattern is different, disturbed, as if something was hidden, then removed. Her sister's voice echoes, she was afraid of something. But fear and anticipation can look the same from the outside. Both make you watch the horizon. Both make you hold your breath. I press my palm to the carpet, trying to read the story written in compressed threads and settled dust. How long does it take for a person-shaped impression to form? Days, weeks. How long had she been kneeling here, waiting for whatever came through that too-easy window? The apartment grows darker as afternoon slides toward evening. Shadows stretch and pool in corners, and I find myself moving more quietly, as if sudden sounds might disturb something that needs to sleep. My phone buzzes, a text from my partner, case officially closed, time to move on. But moving on implies forward motion, and I'm not sure I know which direction that is anymore. The investigation has become a loop, each revolution bringing me back to the same questions with slightly different answers. I type back, almost finished here. Almost, the word sits heavy in my mouth, almost solved, almost understood, almost ready to let go. The wallpaper curls a little more, and this time I reach out to touch it. The edge lifts easily, revealing another layer beneath. Older paper, different pattern. Roses instead of geometric shapes, faded pink on cream. How many layers of history does a place accumulate? How many stories get papered over, hidden but not erased? I peel back more, careful not to tear. The roses are water-stained, blooming with brown spots like age marks on elderly hands. Behind them another layer, and behind that another. Each pattern tells a story of someone who lived here, someone who chose colors and textures and said, "This is how I want my world to look." Each layer a life, a chapter, a moment when someone believed in permanence. But nothing lasts, not wallpaper, not people, not the certainty that we understand the difference between natural and unnatural deaths. The bottom layer is plain white, stark as hospital walls. I smooth it back down, replacing the archaeological layers in reverse order. Roses covered by geometry, past hidden beneath present, questions buried under answers that don't quite fit. The room feels smaller now, as if my excavation has shifted its dimensions. Or maybe I'm the one who's changed, hollowed out by too many unanswered questions, too many nights spent staring at evidence that points in every direction and none. I check my watch, though time feels negotiable in this place. The numbers glow green in the gathering darkness, 6:47, or maybe 8:47. The digits blur, rearrange themselves, become meaningless symbols in a language I used to speak fluently. Outside, streetlights flicker on, casting new shadows through the window. The same window that was open when they found her, letting in October air and possibilities I hadn't considered. What if she opened it herself? What if she was expecting someone? What if someone was expecting her? The questions multiply like reflections in opposing mirrors, each one creating infinite copies that grow smaller and more distorted with distance. I close my eyes, try to center myself in the solid facts, but even those feel negotiable now. Fact, she was found dead in her apartment. Fact, the cause was listed as natural. Fact, no one saw anything unusual. But facts are just agreed upon interpretations of evidence. And evidence can be read in multiple ways, like poetry that changes meaning depending on where you place the emphasis. I open my eyes and she's there. Not really there, of course, just a trick of shadow and suggestion, the way the mind fills in gaps with familiar shapes. But for a moment, she's sitting in the kitchen chair, facing the window, waiting for something that may or may not come. The image dissolves as soon as I focus on it, leaving only empty air and the lingering sense that I've missed something important, something hidden in the spaces between what I saw and what I expected to see. My notebook falls to the floor, pages scattered like oversized confetti. I gather them up, trying to restore order to my disorganized thoughts, but the words seem to rearrange themselves as I read. Window open, coffee warm, no signs of struggle. afraid of something. The fragments don't form a coherent narrative, but maybe that's the point. Maybe some stories can only be told in pieces, like broken mirrors that show different angles of the same impossible truth. I stack the pages, close the notebook, prepare to leave, but my hand hesitates on the door handle, the latch that clicked shut behind me, sealing me in with questions that have no clean answers. What if I'm the one who's been lost all along? What if this investigation has been less about finding truth and more about avoiding it? The metallic taste returns, and I realize I've been holding my breath. The air feels thick, weighted with possibilities I don't want to examine too closely. I turn the handle, step into the hallway, let the latch click shut behind me. But I know I'll be back, tomorrow or next week, or whenever the questions become too loud to ignore. The case may be officially closed, but some doors, once opened, refuse to stay shut. The hallway stretches ahead, lit by fluorescent bulbs that flicker like uncertain thoughts. My footsteps echo off walls that have witnessed countless comings and goings, countless small mysteries that never made it into official reports. Behind me, the apartment settles into darkness, keeping its secrets safe for another night. But secrets have a way of surfacing when you least expect them, like bodies in deep water, rising according to laws that science understands but can't control. I walk toward the exit, toward the world beyond these walls, carrying questions that weigh more than answers ever could. The investigation continues, not in files or evidence rooms, but in the spaces between certainty and doubt, between what we know and what we fear to discover. The latch clicks one final time, and I'm alone with the echo of my own footsteps and the lingering taste of copper pennies on my tongue. Story 2. The click of the lock resonated in the hallway as I drew my hand away. There was a residual warmth on the polished brass, a silent sign of my recent presence. The worn fabric of my coat brushed against my fingers, and an unexpected chill climbed its seams. My skin tingled as if the air had shifted ever so slightly in the room, an invisible thread tightening between the walls. There was a fleeting whisper of a draft, yet every window remained firmly shut. Somehow, the silence felt too attentive. That sound keeps coming back to me, the click, sharp and final, like something snapping into place, or maybe snapping apart. I can't tell anymore which direction it was moving, that lock. Was I coming in or going out? The brass feels warm under my palm even now, sitting here trying to piece this together. My fingers remember the weight of those keys, but not why I was holding them. There was someone else there, I think. A shadow that moved wrong, or maybe it was just the way the light fell through that frosted glass panel. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, and my footsteps echoed strangely, like they were bouncing off surfaces that weren't quite where they appeared to be. I remember the smell first, not unpleasant exactly. Something metallic mixed with old wood and that particular mustiness that clings to places where people spend too much time thinking. Libraries have it, waiting rooms, places where secrets accumulate in the corners like dust. The conversation happened in fragments, words floating without context, voices I should recognize but can't quite place. You were supposed to wait. I couldn't find it anywhere. That's not what we agreed on. But who was speaking? My own voice sounds foreign in my memory, like hearing a recording of yourself and realizing you sound nothing like what you expected. The other voice, though, that one felt familiar in a way that made my chest tight. The room had too many doors. That's what struck me as wrong even then. 3, maybe 4 exits, all leading to different parts of the building. Or maybe they led to the same place and I just couldn't tell because the layout made no sense. corridors that curved when they should have been straight, stairwells that seemed to switch direction between floors. I was looking for something, a document maybe, or a person. The urgency felt real enough, that sense of running out of time, but time for what? My hands were shaking as I opened drawers, checked behind picture frames, lifted the edges of carpets. The methodical search of someone who knows exactly what they're looking for but has forgotten what it looks like. There was music playing somewhere so faint I might have imagined it, something classical, the kind of piece that builds slowly and never quite resolves. It seemed to be coming from behind the walls, which made no sense, unless there was another room I hadn't found yet, another space hidden in the architecture. The phone call comes back to me in pieces, my voice saying things I don't remember deciding to say. It's done. No, they never suspected. The evidence is exactly where we discussed. Evidence of what? Who was I talking to? The phone felt heavy in my hand, heavier than it should have been, and when I hung up there was that same clicking sound. Metal on metal, final. I keep trying to remember what I was wearing, as if that might unlock something. The coat, yes, with its frayed cuffs and the button that never quite lined up right, but underneath, my memory skips over details that should be automatic. Was it cold that day? Warm? The building's temperature seemed to shift from room to room, like each space existed in its own climate. The person I was meeting never showed up, or maybe they did and I've blocked out that part. There's a gap where someone should be standing, a conversation-shaped hole in my recollection. I can see myself talking, gesturing, but there's no one there. Just empty air and the sound of my own voice bouncing back at me. Something about the windows bothered me. They were all the same size, perfectly rectangular, but the view from each one showed a different landscape. From one, trees and open sky. From another, the brick wall of an adjacent building so close I could have reached out and touched it. The third showed nothing but fog, thick and gray, and moving in patterns that didn't match any wind. I found a note in my own handwriting. The paper was folded small enough to fit in a wallet, creased from being opened and closed many times. The words meant nothing to me. Remember the arrangement, Tuesday, bring the copies, but my handwriting definitely. The way I make my R's, that little flourish on the Y evidence of a plan I couldn't recall making. The elevator made sounds it shouldn't have, grinding like metal against stone. When the doors opened, the floor numbers didn't match what the buttons indicated. I pressed 3 and ended up on what looked like the basement. Pressed 1 and found myself higher than I'd started. The building was playing tricks, or maybe my memory is the one that's unreliable. Someone was following me, not obviously, not in a way I could prove, but footsteps that started when mine did, stopped when I paused. The rhythm was slightly off, like an echo that couldn't quite catch up. When I turned around, the hallways were always empty, but the feeling lingered. That sense of being watched, evaluated, measured against some standard I didn't understand. The key ring had too many keys, more than anyone needs for a normal life. Small ones for desk drawers, larger ones for doors I'd never seen. One was warm to the touch, as if it had been recently used, but I couldn't remember using it. The metal had worn smooth in places where fingers had gripped it, polished by repetition and time. I keep coming back to that smell. Metallic, yes, but also something organic, like earth after rain or the inside of old books. It was strongest near the windows, which made no sense unless something was growing in the walls, mold maybe, or something else that thrived in dark, forgotten spaces. The conversation I overheard or thought I overheard came in whispers from the next room. Words that seemed important but dissolved before I could grasp their meaning. Something about payments, something about schedules. A name that sounded familiar but wasn't quite right, like a word in a foreign language that resembles one you know. My reflection in the window glass looked wrong. Not dramatically, not in a way anyone else would notice, but wrong enough to make me pause. The angle of my shoulders, maybe, the expression on my face, like I was looking at someone who shared my features but not my thoughts. The building's directory listed businesses that didn't seem to exist. Names like Meridian Consulting and Apex Solutions, the kind of generic labels that could mean anything or nothing. I checked several floors looking for signs, nameplates, any indication that these companies were real. Just empty offices and that persistent smell of old wood and secrets. I was supposed to meet someone at a specific time, but I can't remember when. The urgency feels real in my chest, that flutter of anxiety that comes with being late for something important. But late for what? The building's clocks all showed different times, and my watch had stopped working. Time became fluid, unreliable, measured only by the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The papers I was carrying felt significant, but when I tried to read them, the words wouldn't stay in focus. Legal documents, maybe, contracts or agreements written in the kind of language that says everything and nothing. My signature appeared at the bottom of several pages, bold and confident, as if I'd known exactly what I was signing. There was a photograph tucked between the pages. Two people standing in front of a building I didn't recognize, but their faces were familiar in that unsettling way of dreams. One of them might have been me, but younger, or maybe it was someone who looked like me. The other person's face was turned away from the camera, captured mid-gesture, forever reaching for something just outside the frame. The sound of typing echoed from empty offices, not the quick tapping of modern keyboards, but the deliberate clacking of old machines. When I followed the sound, it always seemed to be coming from the next room, the next floor, always one step ahead of my investigation. I remember making a phone call, but not who I called. My finger moved across the numbers with practiced certainty, muscle memory guiding me through a sequence I couldn't consciously recall. The voice that answered was professional, distant, offering information I apparently needed, but now can't remember receiving. The elevator operator wasn't there, but I could feel where he should have been. A presence in the corner, watching the floors tick by, making small talk about weather and business. The ghost of routine, the shape of normalcy imposed on a situation that was anything but normal. Something about the lighting bothered me. Too bright in some areas, too dim in others, creating pockets of shadow that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The fluorescent tubes hummed at different frequencies, creating an almost musical discord that set my teeth on edge. I was looking for room 237, but the numbers jumped from 235 to 239. No door where 237 should have been, just blank wall and that persistent smell of old secrets. Unless I was counting wrong. Unless my memory is filling in details that were never there. The janitor's cart appeared in different locations each time I passed through the lobby. Sometimes by the elevators, sometimes near the entrance as if it was being moved while I wasn't watching. But I never saw anyone moving it, never saw the janitor at all, just evidence of their presence. Damp spots on the floor where a mop had passed. The lingering scent of industrial cleaner. I keep reaching for my phone to check the time, but it's never where I expect it to be. Sometimes in my left pocket, sometimes my right. Once I found it in my coat, though I never remember putting it there. The screen shows messages I don't recall sending, appointments I didn't make, a digital life that belongs to someone who shares my access codes but not my memories. The brass lock clicks again in my memory, that sound that started everything or maybe ended it. My hand pulling away from the warmth, the keys heavy in my palm. Was I locking something in or keeping something out? The distinction feels important, crucial even, but it slips away every time I try to focus on it. The silence in that hallway wasn't empty. It was full of waiting, of breath held too long, of words that needed to be spoken but never were. Even now, trying to piece this together, I can feel that same quality of attention, as if the very air is listening, taking notes, preparing to testify about things I'm not sure I want to remember. That click echoes still, sharp and final and impossibly warm, story 3. The hallway was clear upon initial assessment, with no foreign substances or odors detected. The room's interior exhibited no disruptions, furniture positioned precisely as in previous records. A single chair was centered under the overhead light fixture, undisturbed. The bed was stripped of covers, aligned with military precision. An empty water bottle rested on the dresser, cap secured. Despite the absence of an occupant, the window was ajar, permitting a soft breeze. The security cam footage looped without incident, failing to trace the source of the recorded entry. The calendar on the wall remained unchanged, yet the date read one day ahead. I remember writing those words in my notebook, though I can't recall why I chose such clinical language. Perhaps distance felt safer then. Perhaps I believed that precision could contain what was happening, like pressing flowers between pages to stop their decay. The calendar haunted me most, that single day's discrepancy that made everything else feel unreliable. But I'm getting ahead of myself or behind myself. Time became elastic in that house, stretching and contracting like something breathing. The investigation began months before I understood there was anything to investigate. It started with the sound of footsteps above my bedroom ceiling, measured and deliberate, always at the same hour when darkness pressed against the windows. I lived alone then, had lived alone for years. The footsteps belonged to no one. At first I convinced myself it was the house settling, pipes expanding, mice in the walls. Old houses make sounds, everyone knows this, but mice don't wear shoes and pipes don't pace back and forth with such methodical rhythm. 17 steps across, pause, 17 steps back. I counted them night after night, lying rigid beneath my covers, waiting for the pattern to break. It never did. The house had belonged to my aunt, though she'd been gone for over a decade. I inherited it along with her furniture, her books, her careful way of arranging things. She was a woman who believed in order, in systems, in the power of routine to keep chaos at bay. Every object had its place, every place its purpose. I tried to maintain her standards, but gradually things began to shift. Small things at first. The coffee mug I'd left on the kitchen counter would appear in the sink, washed and dried. Books I was certain I'd closed would be found open to different pages. The thermostat would adjust itself, always to exactly 72 degrees, though I preferred 75. These changes felt deliberate, purposeful, as if someone was correcting my mistakes. I began leaving tests for myself or for whoever was making these adjustments. A pencil placed at a specific angle on the desk, a magazine folded to a particular page, a chair pulled slightly away from the table. Each morning brought subtle corrections, as if an invisible hand was tidying up after me, restoring the house to its proper state. The rational part of my mind suggested explanations. Stress, perhaps, sleepwalking, memory lapses caused by the isolation of living alone in a house too large for one person. I'd been working long hours then, consulting on security systems for residential properties. The irony wasn't lost on me. I spent my days making other people's homes safer, while something unknown moved freely through my own. I installed cameras, motion sensors, door alarms. The technology was state-of-the-art, the kind I recommended to clients who'd experienced break-ins or felt threatened by unknown intruders. The equipment recorded everything: empty hallways, undisturbed rooms, furniture that remained exactly where I'd left it. Yet each morning brought new evidence of presence, a different arrangement of objects, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, that persistent sense of being watched. The footage never lied, but it never told the whole truth either. Hours of empty rooms punctuated by my own movements, making coffee, checking locks, standing in doorways as if waiting for something to appear. I looked haunted in those recordings, hollow-eyed and thin, constantly glancing over my shoulder at spaces that held nothing but shadow. But shadows can be deceptive. They pool in corners, stretch across floors, create shapes that suggest presence where none exists. I began studying the footage obsessively, frame by frame, searching for anomalies. A curtain moving without wind, a door that seemed slightly more open than before, reflections in windows that didn't quite match what the camera should have captured. The breakthrough came when I realized I was asking the wrong questions. Instead of looking for who was in the house, I should have been asking when. The timestamp on the security footage showed a consistent discrepancy, not every day, but often enough to establish a pattern. The system would skip forward, sometimes by minutes, sometimes by hours, as if time itself was being edited. I called the security company. They ran diagnostics remotely, found no malfunctions, no errors in the programming. The system was working perfectly, they assured me. Any time discrepancies must be user error or misunderstanding of the timestamp format. They suggested I read the manual more carefully. But I knew what I was seeing. Time was being stolen from me, carved out in precise increments and taken somewhere else. The missing moments accumulated like a debt I couldn't remember owing. I started keeping detailed logs, noting every discrepancy, every gap in the recorded timeline. The pattern emerged slowly, reluctantly, like a photograph developing in chemical baths. The missing time always corresponded with the footsteps above my bedroom. 17 steps across, pause, 17 steps back. During those intervals, the cameras would skip forward, resuming only after the sound stopped. Whatever was happening in those stolen moments left no trace except for the subtle rearrangements I'd find the next morning. I began staying awake during the footstep hours, watching the live camera feeds on my phone. The strangest thing wasn't what I saw, it was what I didn't see. The cameras would show my bedroom empty even when I was lying in bed watching them. I would wave at the camera, see my own arm moving on the screen, but the timestamp would remain frozen, locked in a moment that hadn't arrived yet. Or perhaps hadn't happened at all. The calendar became my anchor, the one constant in a house where time bent and twisted like light through water. I checked it obsessively, noting each day's passage, marking off completed hours like a prisoner counting down a sentence. The calendar had belonged to my aunt, a simple wall calendar with large, clear numbers and plenty of space for notes. She'd used it to track appointments, birthdays, important deadlines. I used it to track reality. Which is why the day it showed itself to be ahead troubled me so deeply. Not just the wrongness of it, but the precision. Exactly one day ahead, as if someone had carefully advanced it while I slept. But the security cameras showed no one entering the room, no hand reaching up to flip the page. The change had simply occurred, like a flower blooming in fast-forward footage. I called my doctor, described the symptoms I was experiencing. Memory gaps, sleep disturbances, the persistent feeling of being watched. She prescribed medication for anxiety, suggested therapy, recommended I consider selling the house if living alone was proving too stressful. All reasonable advice from a reasonable person who lived in a world where calendars didn't advance themselves and cameras recorded only what was actually there. But I couldn't leave. The house held answers, even if I wasn't sure what questions they addressed. My aunt had lived here for 40 years, alone for the last 20 after her husband passed. She'd never complained of footsteps or moving objects or missing time. Either the phenomena were new or she'd been better at ignoring them. Or perhaps she'd been part of them somehow, in ways I was only beginning to understand. I found her journals in the basement, carefully preserved in waterproof containers, organized by year and cross-referenced with detailed indices. She'd been a meticulous record keeper, documenting everything from daily weather patterns to the migratory habits of birds in the backyard. Her handwriting was precise, controlled, each letter formed with deliberate care. The entries from her final years revealed a growing preoccupation with time, not philosophy or abstract concepts, but the practical mechanics of temporal measurement. She'd begun tracking discrepancies between various clocks in the house, noting when they fell out of sync despite being set to the same atomic time signal. The discrepancies were small seconds, occasionally minutes, but they followed patterns she couldn't explain. She'd also documented the footsteps, though she called them something else. Evening constitutional, she wrote, as if the sounds were made by a familiar visitor taking a regular walk. 17 steps across, pause, 17 steps back. The same pattern I'd been hearing, recorded in her careful handwriting decades before I moved into the house. Her final entry was different from the others, less controlled, the handwriting slightly shaky. She'd written simply, "The calendar knows." Below that, in different ink, as if added later, "Time is not a river, it's a spiral." I read that entry standing in the basement at 3 a.m, surrounded by boxes of her carefully preserved belongings. Above me, the footsteps began their nightly circuit. 17 across, pause, 17 back, but for the first time I didn't feel afraid. I felt recognized, as if whatever walked those measured steps had been waiting for me to understand something important. I climbed the stairs slowly, my phone displaying the live camera feeds. The upstairs hallway appeared empty on screen, but I could hear the footsteps clearly, each one distinct and purposeful. I stood at the bottom of the staircase leading to the second floor, watching the empty corridor on my phone while listening to the sound of someone walking through it. The contradiction should have been maddening, but instead it felt like a key turning in a lock. I was seeing the house as it appeared to the cameras, empty, static, frozen in a moment that kept repeating. But I was hearing it as it actually existed, occupied by presence that moved through time differently than the rest of us. I walked up to the second floor, following the sound of the footsteps. The hallway was empty, just as the cameras showed, but the air felt different, warmer, more dense, as if recently disturbed by movement. I stood where the footsteps seemed loudest and waited. The sound stopped. In the silence that followed, I became aware of my own breathing, my own heartbeat, the small sounds of a house settling around me. But there was something else, a presence that felt familiar despite being impossible to define. I thought of my aunt, of her careful records and measured observations, of the way she documented phenomena she couldn't explain but refused to dismiss. I returned to my bedroom and waited for morning, watching the timestamp on the security footage advance in stuttering increments. Some minutes lasted forever, others flashed by in seconds. Time was elastic here, stretched and compressed by forces I couldn't identify but was learning to recognize. The next morning I found my notebook open to a page I didn't remember writing. In handwriting that looked almost like mine but wasn't quite, someone had recorded observations about the house, about the patterns of disturbance, about the way time moved differently in certain rooms. The writing was clinical, precise, like the notes I'd been taking, but more detailed, more knowing. At the bottom of the page, in the same almost familiar handwriting, was a single line: "The investigation continues." I stared at those words for a long time, trying to remember writing them, trying to understand what they meant. The handwriting looked like mine would if I'd written more carefully, more deliberately. As if someone had taken my natural script and refined it, improved it, made it more like my aunt's careful penmanship. The calendar on the wall showed the correct date now, but I no longer trusted its accuracy. Time in this house followed its own rules, advanced according to its own logic. I was part of an investigation that had begun before I arrived and would continue after I left, assuming I ever did leave. Because leaving felt impossible now, not because I was trapped, but because I was needed. The house required observation, documentation, someone to witness its strange temporal rhythms and record them for future understanding. My aunt had done this work for decades, and now it had passed to me. I established new routines, more systematic approaches to documenting the phenomena. Multiple clocks throughout the house, all synchronized to track temporal discrepancies. Detailed logs of every anomaly, every shift in the arrangement of objects, every instance of missing time. I became a scholar of the impossible, a researcher investigating mysteries that had no names in any textbook. The footsteps continued their nightly circuits, but I no longer found them disturbing. They were part of the house's rhythm, like a heartbeat or breathing. 17 steps across, pause, 17 steps back, a meditation in motion, a prayer in percussion. I began timing my own movements to match that rhythm, walking through the house in measured steps, pausing at precise intervals. The security cameras continued recording empty rooms while presence moved through them, but I stopped seeing this as a malfunction. The cameras captured one layer of reality while my senses perceived another. Both were true, both were accurate, both were incomplete. The house existed in multiple temporal states simultaneously, and I was learning to navigate them all. Months passed, or perhaps years. Time moved differently when you stopped trying to control it, when you accepted that calendars and clocks were suggestions rather than certainties. I aged, but slowly, as if the house's temporal distortions were preserving me, keeping me in sync with its own rhythms. I found more of my aunt's records hidden throughout the house, notes tucked into book spines, observations written on scraps of paper and hidden in drawers, measurements penciled onto walls in places where they wouldn't be noticed. She'd been mapping the house's temporal geography, documenting which rooms ran fast and which ran slow, where time pooled and where it flowed. Her work became my work, her investigation my investigation. I understood now why she'd never left, why she'd spent 40 years alone in a house that most people would have found unbearable. She hadn't been alone. She'd been part of something larger, something that required patient observation and careful documentation. The house was a temporal anomaly, a place where different streams of time converged and separated like rivers meeting the sea. My aunt had been its guardian, its chronicler, its witness. Now I was all of those things, and I accepted the responsibility with something approaching gratitude. I stopped checking the calendar obsessively, stopped trying to reconcile the security footage with what I observed directly. Instead, I learned to exist in multiple temporal states simultaneously, to be present in the moment the cameras recorded while also being present in the moments they couldn't capture. The footsteps above my bedroom became a comfort, a lullaby that helped me sleep. 17 steps across, pause, 17 steps back. The rhythm of time itself, measured out in careful increments, reminding me that some things persist beyond ordinary understanding. Sometimes in the space between sleep and waking, I thought I glimpsed the source of those footsteps. A figure moving through the upstairs hallway, translucent and shifting, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. but when I tried to focus on it directly, it would fade, leaving only the sound of measured movement and the sense of patient purpose. I began leaving my own notes throughout the house, observations for whoever would come after me, because someone would come after me eventually. The house would outlast me just as it had outlasted my aunt, and it would need another observer, another chronicler, another guardian of its temporal mysteries. The investigation would continue. I wrote those words in my notebook, in handwriting that was becoming more precise, more deliberate, more like my aunt's careful script. The house was teaching me patience, showing me how to observe without interfering, how to document without disturbing. The security cameras still recorded their version of events: empty rooms, undisturbed furniture, timestamps that skipped and stuttered according to laws I was only beginning to understand. But I no longer relied on them for truth. Truth was larger than what any camera could capture, more complex than what any clock could measure. I had become part of the house's rhythm, part of its investigation of itself. My footsteps joined the evening constitutional, my observations added to the accumulated wisdom of decades. I was no longer trying to solve a mystery, but living inside it, becoming it, accepting my role as both investigator and evidence. The calendar on the wall continued its temporal dance, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, always marking time according to its own mysterious logic. I stopped trying to correct it, stopped seeing its inconsistencies as errors. It was simply another instrument in the house's orchestra of time, playing its part in a composition I was learning to appreciate rather than understand. And late at night, when the footsteps traced their familiar pattern above my bedroom, I would lie still and listen to the sound of time itself walking through my house, patient and persistent, carrying out an investigation that had no beginning and would have no end. The hallway was clear upon my final assessment, with no foreign substances or odors detected. The room's interior exhibited the subtle disruptions I had learned to recognize: furniture positioned with intention, objects arranged according to laws that transcended ordinary understanding. The single chair remained centered under the overhead light fixture, waiting. The bed was stripped of covers, aligned with precision that spoke of deeper purposes. An empty water bottle rested on the dresser, cap secured, marking time in its own small way. The window was ajar, permitting the soft breeze that carried whispers of temporal currents. The security cam footage continued its endless loop, failing to capture what mattered most. The calendar on the wall showed tomorrow's date as it should, as it always had. Yet now I understood that every day was one day ahead, one step forward in an investigation that spiraled through time like my aunt's final wisdom. Not a river, but a spiral, always returning to where it began, but never quite the same. Story 4. It used to be just another part of my routine, a background hum in the symphony of daily life. Every evening as I climbed the stairs, there was a distinct creak on the 6th step, always the 6th. I almost found it reassuring, a familiar note in the quiet. But last Tuesday, the creak extended into a groan, an unsettling shift that lingered in my mind. By Thursday, the sound was barely there, as if the step had been replaced or something beneath it had shifted. Tonight, I noticed the 7th step now gives a soft, hollow sound, one that seems to echo long after I've passed by. The first time I saw her through the kitchen window, she was hanging laundry in the yard next door. White sheets billowing like ghosts against the fence line. Her movements were precise, methodical. Pin smooth, pin smooth. I found myself timing my coffee breaks to catch glimpses of her routine. Not because I was attracted, something else drew me. The way she never looked toward my house, never acknowledged the proximity of another human being just 20 feet away. I keep a notebook now, started it without really deciding to. Small observations, nothing more. The way the garbage cans were arranged differently after collection day. How the newspapers accumulated by her front door, never taken inside, just stacking higher until someone not her would eventually clear them away. 3 weeks of papers once, I counted. The hollow sound from the seventh step reminds me of something. A drum, maybe, or footsteps in an empty hallway. I've started avoiding it, stepping from 6 directly to 8, but my weight distribution feels wrong, unbalanced. Sometimes I catch myself pausing there, listening to see if the sound happens on its own. She never turned on lights after sunset. This bothered me more than it should have. I began keeping track another notebook, separate from the first. Sunset times, the exact moment darkness settled over the neighborhood and the continued darkness of her windows. Other houses glowed warm and yellow. Televisions flickered blue. But her place remained black as if no one lived there at all. The newspapers weren't random. I realized this when I started checking the dates on the visible ones through my binoculars. They followed a pattern delivered every third day, removed every few weeks, always by someone who arrived in a gray sedan. Never the same person twice, as far as I could tell. Always wearing gloves, even in warm weather. My mother used to say houses hold memories in their bones. Standing in my hallway now, I understand what she meant. The sixth step remembers years of my weight, my rhythm, my evening ascent to bed. But something else has been using these stairs. Something that doesn't follow my pattern, doesn't know to expect the creak, doesn't care about the new hollow sound. I found the first envelope on a Thursday. Slipped under my door while I was at work, no postmark, no return address. Inside, a single photograph of my kitchen window taken from the yard next door. The angle suggested someone standing exactly where I'd seen her hanging laundry. But in the photo, I was visible at the sink, washing dishes, completely unaware of being watched. The notebook entries became more detailed after that. Times when I left for work, when I returned, patterns in my own behavior I hadn't noticed. Someone was documenting me the way I'd been documenting her. The handwriting was unfamiliar, angular, precise, like architectural drawings. She stopped appearing in the yard. The clothesline remained empty, the pins scattered on the ground as if dropped in haste. But the newspapers continued their pattern, and the gray sedans still came to collect them. I began to suspect the woman I'd been watching was never the one living there at all. The second envelope contained a key, old brass worn smooth with a small paper tag that read simply seventh step. I held it for hours, turning it over in my palm, feeling its weight. When I finally used it, the step lifted like a trapdoor, revealing a space I'd never known existed. Inside, dozens of photographs. My house from every angle, every window, every door. Some taken during daylight, others in darkness with infrared equipment. But it was the final photograph that made my hands shake. Taken from inside my own house, looking out at the yard next door. The timestamp showed it was captured while I was at work, but there in the corner of the frame was a shadow human-shaped, watching from what should have been my empty kitchen. I've stopped using the stairs altogether, sleep on the couch now, though sleep is generous. Mostly I lie awake listening to sounds above me, footsteps that don't match my rhythm, creaks that come from steps I'm not on. Sometimes the hollow sound from the seventh step repeats in sequences like a code. The house next door sold last week. New owners moved in immediately, a family with children whose laughter carries across the yard. They wave when they see me at the window. Normal people living normal lives. But late at night, when their lights are off and the neighborhood settles into quiet, I still hear that hollow sound echoing through my walls. Tonight I found another envelope, this one containing only a single sentence written in that same angular hand. Some routines are harder to break than others. And now, standing at the bottom of my staircase, I realize the sixth step has begun creaking again, but only when I'm not the one stepping on it. Story 5. The door clicked shut behind me, the draft whispering across my neck. My fingers tingled as they brushed against the worn wood of the banister, its familiar grooves guiding me. I hesitated at the staircase's edge, the house breathing softly in the settling dusk. The air clung to my skin, carrying a hint of something acrid, unfamiliar. My eyes lingered on the intricate geometry of light pooling beneath the hall's lone window. In that quiet space, the keystrokes from the typewriter ceased and the silence shifted, unsettlingly weighty. I know now what I couldn't admit then. The typewriter had been silent for longer than I'd allowed myself to acknowledge. The rhythmic tapping that had become the soundtrack to my existence, that steady percussion of productivity and purpose, had been replaced by something else entirely. Something that masqueraded as silence but hummed with intention. The house felt different that evening, though I'd been telling myself it was just the changing season. Autumn had a way of making familiar spaces feel foreign, shadows lengthening in unexpected directions, the very air seeming thicker, more deliberate. But standing there at the foot of those stairs, my hand still resting on the banister's smooth depression where countless palms had worn the wood to silk, I felt the weight of observation. Not my own, but something else's, someone else's. When did the suspicion begin? I've asked myself this question so many times that the asking has become its own ritual, a prayer without an answer. Perhaps it started with the letters. They arrived sporadically, always when I was away from the house, always placed carefully on the hall table beside the window where the light would catch the cream-colored envelopes just so. The handwriting was unfamiliar, yet somehow intimate. The way the pen pressed into the paper, suggesting a confidence I found both alluring and unsettling. I remember the first letter clearly now, though at the time I barely registered its significance. The envelope bore no return address, just my name written in that careful script. Inside, a single paragraph about the view from the upstairs window, observations about the way morning light moved across the garden, details about my own home that I'd never noticed or had forgotten to notice. It was signed simply with an initial that could have been any letter, really. The ink had smudged just enough to make certainty impossible. But before the letters there were the sounds, or rather the absence of sounds where sounds should have been. The typewriter, for instance, I'd grown accustomed to its voice, that steady mechanical conversation that filled the upper rooms during the productive hours. The rhythm was as familiar as my own heartbeat, a comfort that anchored me to routine and purpose. When it stopped, the silence didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. I found myself listening for it, pausing in whatever task occupied my hands to strain toward the ceiling, waiting for that familiar percussion to resume. Instead, I heard other things, footsteps that might have been settling wood, the soft whisper of pages turning, the gentle creak of a chair being adjusted, as if someone were settling in for a long session of work or perhaps of watching. The garden began to change too, though change is perhaps the wrong word. It was more that I began to notice things that had always been there but had somehow escaped my attention. The way certain plants had been tended with more care than others. How the path stones had been arranged not just for function, but with an aesthetic sensibility I didn't remember possessing. Small improvements that spoke of attention, of time spent in careful observation and gentle intervention. I started spending more time at that upstairs window, the one mentioned in the first letter. From there I could see the entire garden, the way it curved around the house's foundation, how it had been designed to be viewed from this exact vantage point. Someone had planned this perspective, had considered how the light would fall at different times, how the seasons would paint and repaint the scene below. The realization came slowly, like developing film in a darkroom, the image emerging from chemical possibility into undeniable presence. The letters continued. Each one demonstrated an intimacy with my daily patterns that should have alarmed me more than it did. Instead, I found myself anticipating them, checking the hall table with increasing frequency, disappointed when the cream-colored envelope wasn't there waiting in its pool of window light. The writer knew when I took my coffee, where I preferred to sit while reading, which books I returned to again and again. They knew about the small rituals that structured my solitude, the private habits I'd never shared with anyone. But who was anyone, really? This question began to surface more frequently as autumn deepened. I realized I couldn't easily recall the last time I'd had a meaningful conversation with another person. Not a transaction at the market or a brief exchange with a neighbor, but a real conversation, the kind that leaves marks on memory. My days had become so perfectly calibrated to solitude that the presence of another consciousness felt both intrusive and necessary. The typewriter resumed its voice one evening while I was preparing dinner. The sound drifted down through the ceiling like familiar music, and I felt a relief so profound it surprised me. I hadn't realized how much the silence had been weighing on me, how much I'd come to depend on that mechanical heartbeat to confirm that life was proceeding as it should. I stood at the stove, stirring something that smelled of herbs and comfort, listening to the steady rhythm above, feeling the house settle back into its proper proportions. But when I climbed the stairs later, curious about what had been written during that productive session, I found the room empty. The typewriter sat in its usual place by the window, a sheet of paper wound into its mechanism, but the page was blank. I touched the keys gently, listening for the echo of recent use, but they felt cold beneath my fingertips. The chair was pushed back at an angle that suggested recent occupancy, and the air held a faint warmth as if someone had just stepped away. I began to question my own perceptions then. Had I really heard typing, or had I simply wanted to hear it so badly that my mind had supplied the sound? The house had so many voices, settling timbers, expanding pipes, the whisper of air through gaps in old construction. Perhaps I'd been mistranslating these mundane communications, hearing intention where there was only physics, purpose where there was only time working its slow changes on wood and metal and stone. The letters became more frequent and their tone shifted subtly. Where before they had been observational, noting the patterns of my days with gentle accuracy, now they began to suggest small changes to my routine, minor adjustments to my habits. Nothing dramatic or demanding, just quiet recommendations offered with the same careful handwriting, the same cream-colored paper, the same mysterious initial that could have been any letter at all. I found myself following these suggestions without quite deciding to do so, taking my morning coffee in a different chair, one that offered a better view of the garden's far corner, leaving certain books open to specific pages as if I'd been interrupted in my reading and intended to return, adjusting the curtains in the upstairs room so the light fell differently across the typewriter's keys. Each change felt natural, even inevitable, as if I were simply remembering how things were supposed to be arranged. The typing resumed more regularly, always when I was occupied elsewhere in the house. I learned to move quietly during these sessions, reluctant to disturb whatever work was being accomplished above. Sometimes I would pause at the bottom of the stairs, listening to the steady rhythm, trying to decode meaning from the patterns of sound. Fast bursts followed by longer pauses, the sharp report of the carriage return, the whispered slide of paper being adjusted. It sounded like purpose, like someone working through complex thoughts with mechanical precision. But the pages remained blank. Each time I checked, expecting to find evidence of all that activity, the typewriter held only empty paper. I began to wonder if the machine was malfunctioning, if the keys were somehow failing to make their impressions despite the sounds of their operation. I tested it myself, pecking out simple words, watching the letters appear dark and clear against the white page. The machine worked perfectly when I used it. Only during those mysterious sessions did it seem to produce sound without substance, effort without result. Winter arrived gradually, and with it came a deepening of the house's introspective mood. The garden retreated into dormancy, its careful arrangements now revealed as architectural elements, the bones of design showing through the absence of seasonal decoration. From the upstairs window, I could see how the paths curved with mathematical precision, how the placement of larger plants created sight lines and focal points. Someone had designed this space with great care, thinking not just about growth and bloom, but about the psychology of the viewer, the way a garden could direct attention and create meaning through arrangement. The letters spoke of winter preparations, of the satisfaction found in reducing life to its essential elements. The writer seemed to approve of the season's stark honesty, the way it stripped away everything non-essential and revealed the underlying structures that made survival possible. I found myself agreeing with these observations, feeling a kinship with this unknown correspondent who understood the beauty of reduction, the peace that came from living with only what was necessary. But what was necessary? This question began to occupy me more frequently as the short days grew shorter still. I moved through the house taking inventory, considering each object's purpose and meaning. So many things seemed to exist without clear justification, accumulations from a past I couldn't quite bring into focus. Books I didn't remember acquiring, furniture that felt both familiar and foreign, photographs of faces that might have been mine at different ages or in different moods, or might have belonged to someone else entirely. The typewriter's voice became more insistent as winter deepened, longer sessions of steady work punctuated by pauses that felt thoughtful rather than hesitant. I began to imagine the process happening above me, fingers moving across keys with practiced efficiency, eyes scanning each line before moving to the next, the satisfaction of watching thoughts transform into visible language. The sound was so vivid, so convincing, that I started to believe I could sense the content being created, as if meaning could transmit itself through rhythm and timing alone. One evening, drawn by a particularly intense session of typing, I climbed the stairs more boldly than usual. The sound continued as I approached, showing no awareness of my presence. I stood outside the room, my hand on the door frame, listening to the mechanical symphony just beyond the threshold. The typing was so clear, so immediate, that I could almost see the fingers moving, almost feel the slight vibration of the keys beneath determined hands. I stepped into the room. The sound stopped instantly, not fading but simply ceasing, as if someone had lifted their hands from the keys in mid-sentence. The chair sat empty, still swaying slightly with recent occupation. The typewriter held a sheet of paper, and for a moment I felt certain that this time would be different, that finally I would find evidence of all that industrious activity. The page was blank. But as I stood there in the sudden silence, I noticed something I'd missed before. The paper wasn't entirely fresh. There were faint impressions across its surface, the ghost marks left when someone writes on a sheet above, pressing hard enough to leave traces on the pages beneath. I held the paper up to the light, angling it to catch the impressions, and saw the faint suggestion of words, sentences, paragraphs of text that had been created and then removed, leaving only these spectral traces. I began collecting these impression-marked pages, building a library of invisible writing. Under the right lighting conditions, I could sometimes make out fragments of text, partial words that hinted at larger meanings. The handwriting was the same as in the letters, that careful script that suggested both confidence and secrecy. I spent hours studying these phantom documents, trying to piece together meaning from traces and suggestions, feeling like an archaeologist working with the faintest of evidence. The letters stopped coming. This absence felt more significant than their presence had been. I found myself checking the hall table compulsively, disappointed each time I found it empty of that familiar cream-colored envelope. The silence from upstairs became heavier too, as if the house were holding its breath, waiting for something to resume or resolve. I began to understand that I had become accustomed to being observed, that the attention I'd initially found unsettling had become necessary, a confirmation of my own existence. Spring arrived reluctantly, and with it came changes to the garden that I couldn't attribute to natural seasonal progression. New plants appeared in carefully chosen locations, varieties that complemented the existing design while adding subtle improvements. The paths had been maintained, cleared of winter debris, and reset where frost had disturbed the stones. Someone had been working in the garden during the cold months, tending and improving, preparing for the growing season with knowledge and care. I began spending more time outside, studying these improvements, trying to understand the intelligence behind them. The changes showed deep familiarity with the space, an understanding not just of how plants would grow, but of how the garden would look from various vantage points throughout the year. Someone had been thinking about this space for a long time, planning not just for immediate effect, but for the slow unfolding of seasons and years. The typing resumed with spring's arrival, but now the sessions were different, shorter, more intense, with longer pauses between bursts of activity. The rhythm suggested editing rather than creation, the careful work of revision and refinement. I imagined someone reading through accumulated pages, making adjustments, polishing language until it achieved exactly the right tone and meaning. The sound was more purposeful now, less exploratory, as if a long project were approaching completion. I found myself moving through the house more quietly during these sessions, reluctant to disturb what felt like delicate work. The silence between typing bursts seemed fragile, pregnant with concentration. I began timing my own activities around these mysterious work periods, planning meals and tasks for the gaps when the typewriter was silent, living in harmony with a schedule I didn't fully understand but had learned to respect. The garden reached its full spring expression, and from the upstairs window I could see how perfectly it had been planned. Every plant was positioned for maximum effect, every sight line carefully considered. The design revealed itself as something more than mere landscaping. It was a composition, a work of art that used living materials to create beauty that would evolve and change while maintaining its essential harmony. Someone had invested years in this vision, thinking not just about immediate gratification, but about the slow satisfaction of watching a plan unfold across seasons. I began to feel like a caretaker of something larger than myself, responsible for maintaining not just the physical space, but the invisible intentions that had shaped it. The house and garden felt like a collaboration between past and present, between the planning intelligence that had designed everything and the current consciousness that inhabited and appreciated it. I was both audience and performer in this carefully orchestrated environment, playing a role I didn't fully understand but felt compelled to fulfill. The final letter arrived on a morning when the light through the hall window was particularly golden, casting the cream-colored envelope in warm illumination. This letter was different from the others, longer and more personal, written in the same careful script, but with a tone that suggested conclusion rather than continuation. It spoke of satisfaction, of work completed, of the pleasure found in watching a long plan reach its intended fulfillment. The letter thanked me for my participation, though I wasn't sure what I had participated in beyond living my daily life in this carefully arranged space. It mentioned the garden, the view from the upstairs window, the way the house had settled into its proper rhythms. It spoke of the typewriter, of pages filled and then cleared, of work that existed in the doing rather than in the permanent record of having been done. The signature was clearer this time, though still just an initial, but now I could see that it wasn't any random letter. It was the first letter of my own name, written in handwriting that was almost, but not quite, like my own. Similar enough to suggest kinship, different enough to maintain mystery. I stared at that signature for a long time, trying to understand what it meant, what it implied about the source of these communications. The typing stopped completely after that final letter. The silence from upstairs felt different now, not expectant but settled, as if whatever work had been in progress was now finished. I climbed the stairs and found the typewriter as always, empty paper wound into its mechanism, the chair pushed back at the familiar angle. But this time there was something else, a stack of pages beside the machine, face down, waiting. I approached slowly, reluctant to disturb what felt like a carefully arranged scene. The pages were filled with text, the same careful handwriting as the letters, but in typewritten form, each character precisely placed, the margins perfectly aligned. I lifted the stack gently, feeling the weight of completed work, the satisfaction of something brought to conclusion. The first page was titled simply "The House," and as I began to read, I recognized the descriptions immediately. The worn banister with its familiar grooves, the hall window and its geometry of light, the garden visible from upstairs, its careful arrangement of paths and plantings, the typewriter itself, sitting silent in its appointed place, waiting for the next session of mysterious productivity. I was reading about my own life, but written from the perspective of someone who understood it better than I did. The observer who had been sending letters, making suggestions, tending the garden, working at the typewriter during those long sessions while I moved quietly through the house below. The pages described not just the physical details of my existence, but the emotional landscape, the way solitude had shaped me, the satisfaction I found in routine and ritual, the pleasure I took in being part of something larger and more carefully designed than mere chance. But whose perspective was this, who had been watching and recording, making notes and observations, gradually accumulating the material for this careful documentation? I read through page after page, recognizing my own life but seeing it through eyes that seemed both intimate and distant, familiar and foreign. The voice was almost my own, but not quite, as if I were reading a translation of my experience into a language I understood but hadn't quite mastered myself. The final pages brought me back to the beginning, to that evening when I'd stood at the foot of the stairs, feeling the weight of observation, sensing that something had changed in the house's familiar rhythms. But now I understood that the change hadn't been an intrusion from outside. It had been a recognition from within, an acknowledgement of the part of myself that had always been watching, recording, making sense of the patterns and rhythms that structured my solitude. I set the pages down carefully, my hands trembling slightly with the weight of understanding. The typewriter sat silent, its work complete. The garden waited outside, perfect in its careful arrangement, ready for the next season's cycle of growth and dormancy. The house breathed softly around me, settled into its proper proportions, no longer holding secrets, but simply holding space for the quiet work of living. I walked slowly down the stairs, my fingers trailing along the banister's worn grooves, feeling the depression left by countless touches, my own among them. The hall stretched before me, light pooling beneath the window in familiar patterns. I moved toward the door, then paused, my hand on the handle. The door clicked shut behind me, the draft whispering across my neck. My fingers tingled as they brushed against the worn wood of the banister, its familiar grooves guiding me. I hesitated at the staircase's edge, the house breathing softly in the settling dusk. The air clung to my skin, carrying a hint of something acrid, unfamiliar. My eyes lingered on the intricate geometry of light pooling beneath the hall's lone window. In that quiet space, the keystrokes from the typewriter ceased and the silence shifted, unsettlingly weighty. But now I knew what the silence contained. It held the completion of understanding, the satisfaction of work finished, the peace that comes from recognizing the observer and the observed as one. The house settled around me, no longer mysterious but simply home, shaped by attention and intention, tended with the care that comes from seeing clearly what has always been there, waiting to be acknowledged. Story 6. The light switch didn't flick in place. My fingers brushed across it, expecting the familiar click, but it remained stubbornly dormant. Each step felt unfamiliar, as if the floor beneath had subtly shifted since my last visit, offering no echo to track my movements. The windows, so often resistant to touch, now whispered open with a caution they hadn't shown before. At the kitchen counter, I pressed my hand against the smooth surface, seeking the usual reassuring coolness, yet it seemed to absorb rather than respond. I hesitated, catching sight of a reflection that lingered differently, as though caught mid-glance from another world. The nausea started there, I think, or maybe it had been building for weeks, months even, this persistent churning in my stomach that felt like swallowing stones. The reflection in that kitchen window kept shifting, never quite settling into the face I expected to see. Sometimes it looked younger, sometimes older, sometimes it wasn't mine at all. I remember driving there that morning, though the memory feels borrowed from someone else's life. The steering wheel was too warm under my palms, as if the car had been running all night instead of sitting cold in my driveway. The radio played static between stations, words emerging and dissolving before I could grasp their meaning. Something about missing persons, something about evidence found in unusual places. But that wasn't the first time I'd been to the house. No, there had been other visits, hadn't there? The realtor with her bright smile and clipboard, showing me through rooms that smelled of fresh paint and old secrets. She kept talking about the previous owners, how they'd left suddenly, how the price had been reduced twice because of the circumstances. I nodded and pretended to listen while something cold crawled up my spine. The basement door was always locked during those early visits. The realtor would jingle her keys and frown, claiming she'd forgotten which one opened it. But I could hear things down there sometimes. Not voices exactly, but a kind of settling, like the house was digesting something it couldn't quite swallow. My hands shake when I think about the first time I found that door open. The stairs descended into darkness that seemed too thick, too present. Each step creaked a different note, like walking down a broken xylophone. The smell hit me halfway down, sweet and cloying and wrong. Not decay exactly, but something that had been alive once and wasn't anymore. There was a workbench against the far wall, tools arranged with obsessive precision. Hammers graduated by size, screwdrivers lined up like soldiers, everything clean, everything waiting. The concrete floor had stains that could have been oil or rust or something else entirely. In the corner, a tarp folded so neatly it looked like origami. But I'm getting ahead of myself, or behind myself. Time moves strangely in that house, bending back on itself like a snake eating its own tail. Sometimes I remember things that haven't happened yet. Sometimes I forget things that are happening right now. The phone calls started before I moved in. Wrong numbers, the callers claimed, but they always asked for the same person. A name I didn't recognize, but that made my chest tight every time I heard it. The voice was always different, but the desperation was always the same. Have you seen them? Do you know where they went? When did you last speak to them? I started keeping a notebook, writing down the details I could remember, the time of each call, the questions asked, the way the caller's voice broke on certain words, but when I read my entries later, they never matched what I remembered writing. The handwriting looked like mine, but the words felt foreign, like messages from a stranger living inside my skin. The neighbors avoided eye contact when I moved in. They'd wave from their driveways, smile when necessary, but their eyes always slid away from mine, focusing on something just over my shoulder. The woman next door brought cookies wrapped in plastic, but when I thanked her, she stepped back as if I'd reached for her throat instead of the plate. Children stopped playing in the street when I came home from work, not running away exactly, but drifting toward their houses like leaves blown by an invisible wind. Their mothers called them inside with voices that carried too far, too urgent. Windows closed, curtains drew shut. The neighborhood held its breath until I disappeared behind my own door. The dreams started immediately. Always the same house, but different, older, darker. Rooms that didn't exist in daylight revealed themselves in sleep. A nursery painted in colors that hurt to look at. A study filled with photographs of people I'd never met but somehow recognized. A bathroom where the mirror showed reflections from different angles, as if multiple people were looking back from inside the glass. In the dreams, I wasn't alone. Someone else moved through the house with me, just out of sight but always present. Their footsteps echoed mine. Their breathing matched my rhythm. Sometimes I caught glimpses in peripheral vision, a shadow that moved independently, a figure that turned corners just before I reached them. The basement in my dreams was different too, bigger, fuller. The workbench extended along 2 walls instead of one, covered with projects in various stages of completion. Wooden boxes with careful joints and brass hinges, each one sized differently as if custom made for specific contents. The tools weren't just arranged, they were used, their handles worn smooth by countless hours of patient work. I started sleepwalking, waking up in strange places with dirt under my fingernails and mud on my shoes. Once I found myself in the backyard, standing over a patch of earth that looked recently disturbed. The soil was soft, freshly turned, though I couldn't remember gardening. When I pressed my foot against it, the ground gave way slightly, as if something underneath was settling. The police came by once, asking routine questions about the neighborhood, they said. Had I noticed anything unusual, any strangers, any disturbances? I invited them in for coffee, but they declined, standing on the porch with their hands resting on their belts. One of them kept looking past me into the house, his eyes scanning the hallway like he was searching for something specific. They asked about the previous owners. What did I know about them? Had anyone mentioned why they left? I told them what the realtor had said about the sudden departure and the reduced price, but my words sounded hollow even to me. The younger officer took notes while the older one watched my face, looking for tells I didn't know I was giving. After they left, I found myself checking locks obsessively, not just at night, but throughout the day. Door locks, window locks, the new deadbolt I'd installed on the basement door. My fingers would trace the mechanisms, testing their strength, ensuring they held firm. But locks only work if you're keeping the right things out, or in. The mirror in the bathroom began reflecting things that weren't there. Not dramatic apparitions, but subtle wrongness. My reflection would move a fraction of a second too late, like a delayed video feed. Sometimes I'd catch movements in the background that didn't correspond to anything in the room behind me. Shadows that fell at impossible angles. Shapes that suggested presence without revealing form. I stopped looking directly into mirrors, started brushing my teeth while staring at the faucet, shaving by feel alone. But peripheral vision betrayed me. The reflection was always there, always slightly wrong, always watching with eyes that knew things I was trying to forget. The calls became more frequent, different voices asking the same questions but with growing urgency. The desperation had sharpened into something closer to accusation. Where are they? What did you do? Why won't you tell us what happened? I started unplugging the phone, but somehow it still rang. The sound would pierce through walls and closed doors, demanding answers I didn't have. Or answers I couldn't access, because there were gaps in my memory, spaces where time seemed to fold in on itself, hours that passed without leaving traces, days that felt compressed into minutes. I'd find evidence of activities I couldn't remember, receipts for purchases I hadn't made, miles on my car that didn't correspond to anywhere I'd driven, dirt tracked through the house in patterns that suggested purposeful movement. The basement called to me. Even with the door locked, I could feel its presence below, patient and persistent. Sometimes I'd stand at the top of the stairs, key in hand, fighting the urge to descend. The smell would drift up through the cracks, that sweet wrongness that made my stomach clench and my mouth water simultaneously. When I finally gave in, the basement had changed again. The workbench was clear now, tools put away, projects completed or abandoned, but the corner where the tarp had been folded so carefully was different, empty. The concrete beneath was cleaner than the rest of the floor, scrubbed with chemical precision that left ghost-white patches in the gray. I knelt and pressed my palm to the clean spot. The concrete was cold, but underneath I could feel something else. A vibration so subtle it might have been my own pulse, or someone else's, traveling up through the foundation, through the earth, from somewhere deeper and darker than I wanted to imagine. The realization came slowly, like developing film in a darkroom. Images emerging from chemical baths, details sharpening into terrible clarity. The phone calls weren't wrong numbers. The neighbor's avoidance wasn't unfriendliness. The police visit wasn't routine. The dreams weren't dreams. But knowing and understanding are different animals. Knowledge sits in your brain like a tumor, growing and pressing against healthy tissue until everything hurts. Understanding requires acceptance, and acceptance requires admitting things about yourself that reshape your entire sense of identity. I started researching the house's history, not through official channels, but through whispered conversations and archived newspaper clippings. The previous owners hadn't left suddenly. They disappeared, not all at once, but over time. First the teenage daughter, then the mother, finally the father. Each disappearance months apart, each one explained away by family members who grew increasingly desperate and then suspiciously quiet. The house had been empty for 2 years before it went on the market. Police had searched it multiple times, finding nothing conclusive but enough inconsistencies to keep the case open. Neighbors reported strange sounds at night, lights in windows of a supposedly empty house, cars in the driveway that were gone by morning. My predecessor had been the fourth owner since the disappearances, a quiet man who kept to himself, who worked odd hours and avoided social interaction. He'd lived there for 8 months before moving away abruptly, leaving behind furniture and personal belongings as if he'd fled rather than relocated. The pattern was becoming clear, but clarity brought no comfort, only the cold certainty that some houses don't just shelter their occupants, they change them. They take ordinary people with ordinary lives and transform them into something else, something that fits the house's needs rather than their own desires. I found photographs hidden in the basement, tucked behind the water heater where no casual search would discover them. Not family portraits or vacation snapshots, but surveillance photos. People entering and leaving the house. People I recognized from missing person posters. People whose faces had stared back at me from newspaper clippings and internet searches. The photos were dated and organized, filed with bureaucratic precision. A record of comings and goings that spanned years, but the disturbing part wasn't the surveillance itself. It was the handwriting on the backs of the photos, my handwriting. Notes in my own hand describing things I couldn't remember doing, people I couldn't remember watching. The final photograph in the sequence showed me, standing in the driveway on the day I moved in, carrying boxes toward the front door. The angle suggested it was taken from inside the house from an upstairs window, but I'd been alone that day. The house had been empty. Unless it hadn't been, unless someone had been there all along, waiting in rooms I hadn't explored, watching from windows I hadn't noticed. Unless the house had been preparing for my arrival, setting the stage for whatever performance I was meant to give. The nausea returns now, stronger than before. My reflection in the kitchen window has stopped pretending to be mine. It watches with eyes that know too much, that remember things I've tried to forget. The basement door stands open, though I remember locking it. The stairs descend into darkness that breathes with its own rhythm. Somewhere in the distance, a phone rings with questions I can't answer, or won't answer, or shouldn't answer. The distinction has become meaningless. The house has made its choice, and I have become its instrument. The tools in the basement wait with patient hunger, and the earth in the backyard grows softer with each passing day. But whose hands hold the tools, whose feet disturb the earth? The reflection in the window smiles with teeth that might be mine, and I can no longer tell where the house ends and I begin. Story 7. The letter asterisk. The mail always arrived at 4, slipping through the slot and landing with a familiar thud. Each day I would find a small assortment of envelopes, neatly stacked and unfailing in their rotation. Bills on Monday, flyers on Tuesday, and the local paper on Thursday. It was a comforting routine, a predictable constant in an ever-shifting world. But last Tuesday, a letter had a corner folded a minute deviation that was easy to dismiss. This morning the paper lay askew, and the pile seemed an inch too far to the left. Now, as I peer at the door, I realize the latch doesn't sit quite right, and beneath today's mail, there is something I don't remember leaving there. A small brass key lies partially hidden under the stack of correspondence. The metal feels cold against my fingertips, heavier than it should be for something so small. I turn it over in my palm, examining the worn edges and the faint scratches that suggest years of use. There's no keychain, no identifying marks, nothing to indicate where it came from or what it might unlock. I've lived in this house for over a decade. Every door, every cabinet, every forgotten lockbox in the basement, I know them all. This key belongs to none of them. The logical explanation would be that it fell from someone's pocket, that the mail carrier or a neighbor dropped it accidentally. But the way it was positioned, deliberately placed beneath the letters, suggests otherwise. Someone wanted me to find it. I set the key on the kitchen counter and try to focus on the day ahead, but my eyes keep drifting back to it. The brass catches the morning light, creating small reflections that dance across the white tiles. By evening, I've convinced myself it's nothing more than a coincidence, a simple mistake that will resolve itself when someone comes looking for their lost key. But no one comes. The next morning brings another deviation. The newspaper, usually folded neatly in half, arrives completely flat. Inside the front section, tucked between pages covering local politics and weather forecasts, I find a photograph I've never seen before. It's a Polaroid, the kind with the white border that was popular decades ago. The image shows a woman sitting on a park bench, feeding pigeons from a small paper bag. Her face is partially obscured by shadow, but something about her posture, the way she holds her shoulders, feels familiar. I study the photograph for several minutes, searching for clues. The bench looks like one from the park a few blocks away, though the trees in the background seem different, younger perhaps. The woman's clothing suggests the photo was taken some time ago. Her dress has that particular cut and pattern that speaks of an earlier era. On the back, written in faded blue ink, are 3 words: she knew better. The handwriting is neat, careful, the kind that suggests someone took their time forming each letter. I compare it to my own writing, to samples I have from friends and family, but it matches nothing in my memory. I place the photograph next to the key on the counter. 2 items now, both unexplained, both carrying a weight that seems disproportionate to their size. The woman at the post office is helpful but not particularly informative. She explains that mail sometimes gets mixed up, that items can shift during transport. When I describe the photograph and ask if anyone has reported missing mail, she shakes her head and suggests I wait a few more days. These things usually sort themselves out, she says with a practiced smile. But I'm beginning to suspect that sorting itself out is the last thing this situation intends to do. That evening I walked to the park with the photograph in my jacket pocket. The bench from the image is still there, positioned under a large oak tree that has clearly grown significantly since the photo was taken. I sit where the woman sat, trying to imagine what she might have been thinking, what she might have known that she shouldn't have. The pigeons gather expectantly, and I realize I've unconsciously brought a small bag of breadcrumbs from home. As I scatter them on the ground, I notice an older man watching me from across the path. He's wearing a dark coat and a hat pulled low over his eyes. When I look directly at him, he turns away, but not before I catch a glimpse of his expression. It's not casual curiosity, it's recognition. I stand up quickly, the remaining breadcrumbs spilling from the bag, but by the time I reach the path, he's gone. The only evidence of his presence is a slight indentation in the grass where he stood, and the lingering scent of cigarette smoke, stale and acrid. Walking home, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Every shadow seems to hold potential threat. Every sound of footsteps behind me causes my pulse to quicken. When I finally reach my front door, I notice that the latch, which I had carefully adjusted that morning, is askew again. Inside, everything appears normal, but normal has become a relative concept. I check each room methodically, looking for signs of disturbance. In the living room, one of the cushions on the sofa seems fluffed differently than I remember. In the bedroom, the closet door stands slightly ajar, though I always keep it firmly closed. But it's in the kitchen that I find the most unsettling change. The key and photograph are exactly where I left them, but beside them sits a small cassette tape. The plastic case is cracked with age, and the label has been partially torn away. What remains shows only part of a date and a single word: interview. I haven't owned a cassette player in years, but I remember seeing one in the basement, packed away with other obsolete electronics. It takes me nearly an hour to locate it among the boxes of forgotten belongings, and another 30 minutes to find a working electrical outlet and untangle the cord. The tape begins with static, then the sound of someone adjusting microphone levels. A man's voice, professional and measured, announces that he's beginning an interview. He doesn't provide his name or the date, but his tone suggests this is some kind of official proceeding. The woman who responds has a voice that makes my hands tremble. It's soft but determined, with a slight accent I can't quite place. She's answering questions about her daily routine, about the people she encounters, about observations she's made in her neighborhood. As the interview progresses, it becomes clear that she's describing events that disturb her, patterns of behavior that don't seem right. She mentions seeing the same car parked on her street at unusual hours, always with a lone occupant who never gets out. She talks about mail that arrives opened and resealed, about phone calls where no one speaks but the line doesn't disconnect. The interviewer asks if she's reported these incidents to anyone. Her laugh is bitter, tired. She explains that she's tried, that she's made calls and filed reports, but no one seems to take her seriously. They tell her she's imagining things, that she's letting paranoia get the better of her. But then she says something that makes my blood run cold. She describes finding items that don't belong to her, small objects left in places where she's sure to discover them. A key that doesn't fit any lock she knows, a photograph that seems familiar but shouldn't exist. The tape cuts out abruptly, leaving only the soft hiss of static. I rewind and play the section again, then again, but the words don't change. This woman, speaking from some unknown time and place, is describing exactly what's happening to me. I spend the rest of the evening researching, trying to find any record of missing persons cases or unsolved disappearances that might connect to what I'm experiencing. The internet yields hundreds of stories, but none that match the specific details from the tape. Without names or locations, my search feels both urgent and futile. Sleep comes fitfully, interrupted by dreams of park benches and shadowy figures. I wake several times, convinced I've heard sounds in the house, but each investigation reveals nothing out of place. Morning brings another envelope, this one hand-delivered and slipped under the door rather than through the mail slot. Inside is a single sheet of paper with an address written in the same careful handwriting from the photograph. Below the address, a time and the words, "Come alone." The address leads to a small office building in a part of town I rarely visit. The neighborhood has the tired look of commercial spaces that have seen better days, with several empty storefronts and signs advertising businesses that seem perpetually closed. The building itself is nondescript, 3 stories of brown brick with windows that reflect nothing but sky. I arrive at the specified time to find the main door unlocked. The lobby is small and poorly lit, with a directory that lists mostly vacant offices. The address from the letter corresponds to Suite 2B. The elevator shudders and groans as it carries me to the 2nd floor. The hallway smells of old carpet and industrial cleaning products, with an underlying mustiness that speaks of poor ventilation. Suite 2B sits at the end of the corridor, its door slightly ajar. I knock softly and wait, but no voice invites me in. After a moment of hesitation, I push the door open and step inside. The office is spartanly furnished, a desk, 2 chairs, and a filing cabinet that has seen decades of use. On the desk sits an old reel-to-reel tape recorder, its spools loaded and ready. Beside it, a manila folder thick with documents and photographs. I recognize the woman from the Polaroid immediately, though these pictures show her more clearly. She's younger in some, older in others, as if the collection spans many years. In each image, she appears to be unaware she's being photographed. Shopping at a grocery store, walking down a sidewalk, sitting in what looks like a doctor's waiting room. The documents tell a story that becomes more disturbing with each page. Police reports filed and dismissed, complaints about harassment that were never investigated, medical records showing increasing levels of anxiety and paranoia, with notes suggesting the patient's concerns were largely imaginary. But buried in the middle of the stack, I find something that changes everything. It's a letter, written in the woman's own hand, addressed to someone she calls her insurance policy. In it, she explains that she's documented everything, that she's created a trail of evidence that will continue even if something happens to her. She writes about choosing someone at random, someone with no connection to her case, to inherit the mystery she can no longer solve alone. She describes a method of gradual revelation, a way of passing along clues that will force her chosen successor to follow the same path she's traveled. The letter is dated nearly 2 years ago. At the bottom, in the same careful handwriting I've come to know, she's written my address. The sound of footsteps in the hallway makes me freeze. Someone is approaching the office, their pace deliberate and unhurried. I quickly gather the most important documents and photographs, stuffing them into my jacket pockets as the footsteps stop just outside the door. The man who enters is the same one I saw at the park. Up close, he's older than I initially thought, with deep lines around his eyes and hands that shake slightly as he closes the door behind him. He looks at me with an expression that might be sympathy or might be something else entirely. "You found everything," he says, and his voice carries the weight of someone who's been waiting a long time to have this conversation. I want to ask who he is, what his connection is to the woman in the photographs, why he's been watching me. But something in his demeanor suggests that questions might not be welcome, that this encounter has its own predetermined script. Instead, I wait, and after a moment, he continues. "She was thorough, I'll give her that. Took her months to set everything up, to choose the right person to carry on what she started. She said it had to be someone with no connection, someone who couldn't be dismissed as easily as she was." He moves to the window and peers out at the street below. She knew they were closing in, knew she didn't have much time left, so she created you in a sense, made you part of the story whether you wanted to be or not. The implications of what he's saying settle over me like a cold blanket. What happened to her? Officially, she moved away, left no forwarding address, didn't tell anyone where she was going, just disappeared one day like people sometimes do. And unofficially, he turns back to me, and I can see something like regret in his eyes. Unofficially, people who ask too many questions sometimes find that the questions start asking them back. The documents in my pockets suddenly feel heavier, more dangerous. I'm holding evidence of something that someone wanted buried, carrying secrets that cost the woman in the photographs her freedom, possibly her life. "Why are you telling me this?" I ask. Because she was right about what she saw, about what was happening to her, and because what happened to her is starting to happen to you. The mail, the watching, the feeling that your life isn't quite your own anymore. It's all part of the same pattern. He reaches into his coat and pulls out another cassette tape, this one newer than the first. She made this just before she disappeared. Said if someone ever came looking for answers, I should give it to them. But she also said I should warn them that some answers come with a price. I take the tape, feeling its weight in my palm. What kind of price? "The kind she paid," he says simply. "Once you know the truth, you become part of it. And once you're part of it, you can't go back to pretending you don't know." He moves toward the door, then pauses. She left instructions for what to do next if you choose to follow them, but she also left an alternative. You can walk away right now, leave everything here, and go back to your normal life. Pretend none of this ever happened. And if I do that, then someone else will find a key under their mail someday. Someone else will get chosen to carry on what you couldn't finish. The weight of that responsibility settles on my shoulders as he opens the door. How do I know you're telling the truth? How do I know this isn't all part of some elaborate deception? He smiles, but it's not a happy expression. You don't. That's the thing about truth in situations like this. By the time you're certain, it's usually too late to matter. After he leaves, I sit alone in the office for a long time, holding the new tape and staring at the photographs scattered across the desk. The woman's face looks back at me from a dozen different angles, and in each image I can see something I missed before. It's not just unease in her expression, it's determination. She knew what she was walking into when she started asking questions. She understood the risks, accepted the consequences, and still chose to continue. And when she realized she couldn't finish what she'd started, she found a way to ensure someone else would. The new tape contains her final message, recorded in what sounds like her own home. Her voice is tired but resolute as she explains the full scope of what she discovered. It's bigger than harassment, bigger than surveillance. It's a systematic campaign of intimidation directed at people who have witnessed things they shouldn't have seen, who have asked questions that someone doesn't want answered. She provides names, dates, locations, all the specifics that were missing from the earlier evidence. She describes a network of watchers and followers, people whose job it is to make inconvenient witnesses disappear without raising suspicions. Not through violence, but through psychological pressure, through making their targets question their own sanity until they either give up or remove themselves from the equation. The tape includes instructions for where to find additional evidence, how to contact others who have experienced similar harassment, and most importantly, how to protect myself while continuing the investigation she started. But as I listen to her final words, I realize she's offering me the same choice the man in the coat presented. I can follow her path, accept the risks and consequences of seeking justice for what happened to her and others like her. Or I can find someone else to pass the burden to, someone who might be stronger or braver or more capable than I am. The decision should be easy. Self-preservation is a powerful instinct, and everything I've learned suggests that pursuing this further will only lead to the same fate that befell the woman in the photographs. But as I gather the documents and prepare to leave the office, I catch sight of my reflection in the window. For just a moment, I see something in my own expression that reminds me of her determination, her refusal to let injustice go unchallenged. The key that started this whole chain of events sits in my palm, warm now from being held so long. I still don't know what lock it opens, but I'm beginning to understand that the answer to that question will determine not just what happens to me, but what happens to whoever comes after me. Outside, the late afternoon sun casts long shadows across the empty street. Somewhere in those shadows, I know I'm being watched, evaluated, judged on the choice I'm about to make. The woman in the photographs made her decision knowing the cost. Now it's my turn to decide whether the truth is worth the price of seeking it, whether justice for the disappeared is worth the risk of disappearing myself. I slip the key into my pocket alongside the documents and tapes and start walking toward whatever comes next. Story 8. I used to notice the mail always arrived, the letters stacked neatly at my door, each envelope perfectly aligned like they owed their deference to some unseen hand. It was a pattern I never questioned until the corners of one envelope began curling upward and the flap was tilted just slightly as if disturbed. Then, a week later, another letter arrived with its fold left incomplete, the crease broken. Now every time the mail comes, I find myself checking twice, expecting that same irregular fold, yet dreading it when it's not there. The paper feels different under my fingertips today, rougher. The texture reminds me of something else, something from before. My hands remember things my mind tries to forget. I was working nights then. The precinct hummed with fluorescent exhaustion, and I developed this habit of running my thumb along the edges of case files. The manila folders all felt the same until hers arrived. The paper was different somehow, cheaper maybe, or older. The corners were soft, worn down like worry stones. She came in on a Tuesday, or was it Wednesday? The days blur together now, but I remember her hands. She kept folding and unfolding a piece of paper while she talked. The sound of it, that soft whisper of creases forming and reforming, filled the spaces between her words. "He reads my mail," she said, "not opens it, reads it." As if the envelopes were transparent to him, as if privacy was just another word she'd forgotten the meaning of. I asked her how she knew. The folding stopped, her hands went still. Things are different when I get home, not wrong exactly, just different. Different, that word followed me home that night, settled into my kitchen while I made coffee, perched on my shoulder while I tried to sleep. Different like the way shadows fall when someone's been standing in your doorway. Different like the way air moves when a window's been opened and closed again. I started paying attention to my own mail after that, really paying attention. The way each piece sat against the next, the angles they made, the small imperfections that proved human hands had touched them. I photographed them sometimes, though I never looked at the pictures later. The act of capturing felt more important than the evidence itself. Her case file grew thin while I grew obsessed. No signs of forced entry, no witnesses, no proof of anything except a feeling, a certainty that lived in her bones and now somehow in mine. "Has anything been taken?" I'd asked during our second meeting. She was folding again, the same piece of paper or maybe a different one. The rhythm was hypnotic. "Not taken, touched." I wrote that down, touched. The word looked strange on paper, too intimate for a police report, too vague for evidence. But I wrote it anyway because her voice carried a weight that made me believe in things I couldn't see. The investigation stalled. My supervisor suggested we close the file, move on to cases with substance, with legs that went somewhere. But substance is overrated when you're dealing with the spaces between things, the negative impressions left by careful fingers. I started driving past her apartment building, not officially, just on my way home, taking the long route that happened to wind past her street. The building was ordinary red brick and white trim, the kind of place that disappears from memory the moment you look away. But I found myself memorizing it anyway. Third floor, corner unit, windows that faced the street and caught the afternoon light. One evening I saw him. Or I think I did, a figure by the mailboxes, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who belonged there. But something in his posture, the way he held his shoulders, suggested otherwise. He was reading addresses, taking his time with each name. When he reached hers, he stopped. I was too far away to see his face, too cautious to get closer. By the time I'd parked and walked back, he was gone. Only the mailboxes remained, their small doors shut tight, keeping their secrets. But the image stayed with me. His hands, the deliberate way they moved, the slight tilt of his head as he read, the patience of someone who had all the time in the world. I called her the next morning. "Did you get your mail yesterday?" A pause, the sound of paper rustling. "Yes." "Was it different?" Another pause, longer this time. "How did you know?" I didn't have an answer for that. How do you explain intuition to someone who's already living inside it? How do you describe the feeling of watching someone else's nightmare from the outside? We met again that afternoon. She brought the mail with her this time, spread it across my desk like tarot cards, bills and advertisements, nothing unusual except for the way they'd been handled. Fingerprints maybe, though too smudged to be useful, or maybe just the oil from skin, the invisible residue of attention. "He's careful," she said, watching me examine each piece. "Never leaves evidence, never takes anything, just looks." Just looks, but looking is a kind of violation, isn't it? The eyes as trespassers, curiosity as invasion. I thought about all the times I'd looked at things I shouldn't have, all the boundaries I'd crossed in the name of investigation. Was I any different from him? The case consumed me in small ways. I found myself checking my own mail obsessively, searching for signs of disturbance that were never there. I started folding paper while I thought, mimicking her nervous habit until it became my own. The sound was soothing, the repetitive motion a kind of meditation. Weeks passed, she called less frequently, as if she'd grown tired of being believed but not helped. I couldn't blame her. What good is validation without resolution? What comfort is there in shared paranoia? But I kept thinking about him. The patient figure by the mailboxes, the careful hands, the systematic way he'd moved from door to door. There was something almost professional about it, something that suggested practice, routine. I started researching similar cases, not officially, just late-night searches through old files looking for patterns that might not exist. Women who felt watched but couldn't prove it. Mail that seemed disturbed but showed no signs of tampering. The reports were scattered, inconsistent, filed under different categories by different officers who'd seen no connections. But I saw them, or thought I did, the same careful attention to detail, the same absence of traditional evidence. A ghost who left fingerprints only on feelings, who stole nothing but peace of mind. The breakthrough came by accident. I was reviewing surveillance footage from a different case entirely when I saw him again. Same posture, same deliberate movements, but this time in a different neighborhood, by a different set of mailboxes. The timestamp showed it was the same day I'd seen him near her building. I followed the footage backward, tracing his route through the city's network of security cameras. He moved systematically, visiting multiple buildings, always stopping at the mailboxes, always taking his time. A circuit of voyeurism mapped out in digital breadcrumbs. But when I tried to follow the trail forward, it disappeared. He knew where the cameras were, knew how to avoid them when it mattered. The footage showed his pattern but not his destination, his method but not his identity. I called her with the news, such as it was. "You were right," I told her. "He's real, and you're not his only target." The silence stretched between us. I expected relief, vindication, but her voice when it came was hollow. "I know," she said. "I moved last week." Moved, the word hit me like a physical thing. Of course she'd moved. What else could she do? But somehow I'd imagined her frozen in that corner apartment, waiting for resolution, for justice, for someone to catch the man who read her mail. Has it helped? Another pause, more paper rustling. The mail here is different too. Different, that word again, following her from one address to another, carrying its weight of uncertainty and dread. Had he found her new place, or was she simply carrying the paranoia with her, seeing disturbances where none existed? I didn't know, couldn't know. The line between victim and survivor, between reasonable caution and obsessive fear, had blurred beyond recognition. I kept working the case unofficially, following camera footage and filing reports that went nowhere. The pattern continued, spread across the city like a slow infection. Always the mailboxes, always the careful attention, always the absence of concrete evidence. Sometimes I wondered if I was becoming like her, seeing connections that weren't there, finding meaning in random disturbances. The mail at my own door seemed different now, though I couldn't say how. The angles were wrong, or the spacing was off, or maybe it was just my imagination, trained now to find threats in the mundane. But late at night, reviewing footage frame by frame, I saw him again and again. Patient, methodical, invisible to everyone except the cameras and the women whose privacy he violated with his eyes. He was real, even if the evidence wasn't enough for court, even if the crime was too subtle for justice. I think about her sometimes, in whatever new apartment she's found, checking her mail with the same careful attention I now give to mine. I wonder if she's still folding paper when she's nervous, if she's found peace, or just learned to live with the uncertainty. The case remains open, officially forgotten but personally unforgettable. I still drive different routes home, still notice when things are different without being wrong. The city is full of watchers and the watched, of small violations that leave no evidence except in the spaces between certainty and doubt. And every morning when I collect my mail, I check it twice, expecting that same irregular fold, yet dreading it when it's not there. Because sometimes the absence of disturbance is more unsettling than its presence. Sometimes the silence is louder than the scream. The paper under my fingers feels normal today, perfectly creased, properly aligned, but normal is relative now, and perfect is just another word for suspicious. I photograph the stack anyway, though I know I'll never look at the pictures. Some investigations never end. They just change shape, becoming part of the investigator, altering the way we see shadows and interpret silence. The truth isn't always something you find. Sometimes it's something that finds you, settles into your bones, and changes the way you move through the world. I still don't know his name or his face, but I know his patience, his method, his careful attention to other people's secrets. And somewhere in the city, he's still reading mail that isn't his, still leaving traces that aren't evidence, still proving that the most profound violations often leave the smallest marks. The mail will come tomorrow, and I'll check it twice, looking for signs of disturbance in a world where everything has already been disturbed, where the line between paranoia and awareness has dissolved into something that feels like truth, but might just be another kind of blindness. Some cases close, others just become part of who you are. Story 9. My gaze was fixed on the unadorned door, slightly ajar yet entirely at rest. The room itself clung to silence, broken only by the muted thrum of unseen appliances. Each tick of the distant, unseen clock seemed to drag the air thicker, an invisible weight. An inexplicable shiver ran down the cold frame of the door, a shift without motion, as if remembering a past gesture. The handles lay dormant, gripped by an unknown stillness. Then the whispering creak of a hinge, a momentary breath, broke the silence, and something of presence, perhaps shifted just out of sight. That sound, I keep coming back to that sound. It wasn't the first time I'd heard it, was it? No, that's wrong. Or maybe it is the first time and everything else is just my mind trying to fill the gaps. The way memory works, they say, is like a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing. You make up the rest. I was standing in the hallway, or maybe I was sitting. The carpet beneath my feet felt rough, industrial. The kind they put in places where they expect spills, where they expect things to need cleaning.
Did you hear that?
Someone said that, was it me? The voice sounds familiar but distant, like hearing yourself on a recording and not quite recognizing the tone. The words hang in the air, unanswered. The door was important, I know that much. But doors are always important in stories like this, aren't they? They're thresholds, boundaries between what we know and what we don't want to know. I remember the smell more clearly than anything else. Cleaning fluid, that sharp chemical tang that burns the back of your throat. It was everywhere, soaked into the walls, the air, my clothes. Someone had been cleaning, recently, thoroughly. But cleaning what? The fragments come in pieces, a hand reaching for something, the soft thud of footsteps on linoleum, a voice calling from another room, words I can't quite make out. Were they calling my name or someone else's? I think I was looking for something or someone. The purpose feels urgent even now, sitting here trying to remember. My heart was beating fast. I can feel the echo of that anxiety, like phantom pain. And check the back room. That voice again, clearer this time. It was coming from behind me, I think, or maybe from inside the room with the door. Sound has a way of bouncing around in empty spaces, making everything seem to come from everywhere at once. The door handle was cold, colder than it should have been. When I touched it, there was a moment of hesitation. Not mine, the handle's, as if it didn't want to turn. But I did turn it, didn't I? Or did someone else? The memory shifts like sand. One moment I'm reaching for the handle, the next I'm already inside, looking back at the doorway. The transition is missing. Inside was darker than the hallway, not completely dark, but dim. The kind of dimness that makes you squint and lean forward, straining to make sense of shapes. There was furniture, a chair maybe, something covered with a sheet. The cleaning smell was stronger in here, much stronger. It made my eyes water. I keep thinking about that sheet, white or maybe off-white. It was draped over something roughly person-sized, but sheets cover furniture all the time, in storage rooms, in unused spaces. Nothing unusual about a covered chair. Except it wasn't quite chair-shaped, was it? Don't look. Another voice different from the first one. This one was urgent, almost panicked, but by the time the words registered, I was already looking, already seeing. What was I seeing? That's where the memory gets fuzzy, like trying to focus on something underwater. The harder I try to remember, the more it slips away, but the feeling remains. That sick, dropping sensation in your stomach when you realize something is very, very wrong. I backed away from the sheet, or maybe I moved toward it. The spatial relationships are all confused in my mind. Distance and direction become meaningless when your world suddenly tilts off its axis. The hinge creaked again, the same sound that started all this. But now I was on the other side of it, looking back at the hallway where I'd been standing, or had I ever left the hallway at all. Sometimes I think this whole thing is a dream, the kind of dream where you're running but not moving, where doors lead to rooms that shouldn't exist, where familiar voices say things that don't make sense. But dreams don't usually smell like cleaning fluid. Dreams don't usually leave you with aching feet and the taste of fear in your mouth. We need to call someone. Yes, that's right, someone said that, but who? And call who? The authorities, family, a doctor. I remember reaching for something, a phone probably, but my hand was shaking. Why was my hand shaking? The adrenaline maybe, or shock. Your body knows things before your mind catches up. The number I dialed felt automatic, muscle memory, like I'd called it before, maybe many times, but I can't remember who answered. The conversation is a blank space, a hole in the middle of everything. What did I tell them? The waiting was the worst part, standing in that hallway, trying not to look at the door, trying not to think about what was behind it. The cleaning smell was starting to fade, or maybe I was getting used to it. Adaptation is one of our most useful and most terrible traits. Footsteps in the distance, getting closer, heavy boots on hard floors, official footsteps, the kind that mean business. Where is it? A new voice, authoritative, someone used to asking questions and getting answers. But I didn't have answers, just fragments, just impressions and half-remembered sounds. I pointed to the door. It was still ajar, still at rest, still holding its secrets. They went in without hesitation, no pause at the threshold, no moment of doubt, just professional efficiency. I envied them that certainty. The sounds from inside the room were muffled, footsteps, voices conferring in low tones, the rustle of that sheet being moved. Then silent. When they came back out, their faces were different, more serious, more careful. The kind of expression people wear when they're choosing their words very, very carefully. We need to ask you some questions. Of course they did, but what could I tell them? That I heard a sound, that I found a door, that something under a sheet wasn't quite the right shape. The questions came in waves. When did I arrive? Who else was here? Had I touched anything? Moved anything? Did I know the person who... The person who what? They never finished that question, or maybe they did and I've blocked it out. Memory is selective that way. It protects us from things we're not ready to handle. I keep going back to that moment when I first heard the hinge creak, before I knew what I was going to find, before everything changed. There's a purity to that moment, a cleanness. The sound was just a sound, the door was just a door. But even then, wasn't there something, some instinct that made me stop and listen? Some primitive part of my brain that recognized danger before my conscious mind caught up. The cleaning smell is gone now, but I can still summon it. Close my eyes and there it is, sharp and chemical and wrong. Wrong because it was trying so hard to be right, to cover something up, to make clean what couldn't be made clean. They asked me to leave after that, not permanently, just while they worked, while they processed the scene, while they tried to make sense of what I'd found. But I'm not sure I found anything. Maybe it found me. I keep thinking about the voice that said, "Don't look." Was that my own voice, my own instinct trying to protect me from something I wasn't ready to see? Or was it someone else, someone who knew what was behind that sheet? The fragments are starting to connect now, forming patterns I don't like. The cleaning smell, the covered shape, the voices, the careful questions. They're all pieces of the same puzzle, and the picture that's emerging is one I don't want to complete. But you can't unknow things, can't unhear sounds or unsmell odors. Can't unfeel the cold shock of recognition when everything suddenly makes terrible sense. The door is still there in my memory, still slightly ajar, still at rest, but now it carries weight, history, the knowledge of what lies beyond thresholds we're not meant to cross. That sound, that whispering creak of a hinge. I keep coming back to that sound, and now I think I know why. It wasn't just a door opening, it was everything opening. The careful boundaries between what I thought I knew and what I was about to discover, between who I thought I was and who I might actually be. The presence I sensed shifting just out of sight, maybe that was me. Maybe I was the one moving through spaces I didn't understand, toward discoveries I wasn't prepared to make. The hinge creaks again now in my memory, the same sound but different. Heavier, more final, like the sound of a door closing rather than opening, like the sound of something ending rather than beginning. And I'm back where I started, staring at that unadorned door, listening to the muted thrum of unseen appliances, feeling the invisible weight of unanswered questions. But now I know what shifts just out of sight. Now I know what presence haunts the threshold. The door remains ajar, holding its silence, keeping its secrets. But the sound of that hinge will follow me forever, a whispered reminder of the moment everything changed. The moment I learned that some doors, once opened, can never quite be closed again. Story 10. It hummed like a melody only I could hear. The pitch was soft but unsettling, a sound out of place in the stillness of the room. I stood by the window, the curtains unmoving, as if holding their breath. My fingers found the edge of the table, grounding myself against the discomfort. The note hung in the air, persistent, coaxing a memory that danced just out of reach. It was familiar, yet wrong here in this time, this space. I moved toward the corner where the sound seemed to swell, yet the room remained unchanged. Every instinct whispered caution, but curiosity propelled me forward, that echo drawing me into its depths. I hadn't heard that resonant hum since the last time my world tilted. The sound came from the old music box, I told myself. It had to be. My sister had left it behind when she moved out 6 months ago, and mechanical things sometimes activate on their own when the temperature changes. The autumn air had grown crisp lately, causing the wood floors to contract and the house to settle in new ways. A simple vibration could have triggered the delicate spring mechanism inside. I approached the antique piece sitting on the bookshelf. Its lacquered surface reflected the afternoon light streaming through the window. The ballerina inside remained motionless, her painted smile frozen in perpetual joy. I lifted the lid carefully, expecting the familiar tune to spill out, but silence greeted me instead. The mechanism appeared intact, the tiny metal teeth of the music comb gleaming like miniature fangs. That made sense, I reasoned. Old music boxes were temperamental. The melody had probably played itself out by the time I reached it. These vintage pieces often had minds of their own, starting and stopping without warning. My sister had mentioned it acting up before she packed her things and left for the coast. But my fingers trembled as I closed the lid. The humming had been lower in pitch than the music box's bright, tinkling melody, and it had seemed to come from multiple directions at once, not from a single point source. I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to massage away the confusion. Stress could play tricks on the mind. I'd been working long hours lately, sleeping poorly, drinking too much coffee. A scent drifted past my nostrils, then something floral and cloying, like jasmine left too long in standing water. My sister's perfume. But she hadn't been here in months, and I'd aired out her room thoroughly after she left. I'd even had the carpets cleaned to remove any lingering traces of her presence. The logical explanation surfaced immediately. Scent memories could be triggered by stress or fatigue. The brain sometimes conjured phantom smells when processing difficult emotions. Losing my sister not to death, but to distance and silence had been harder than I cared to admit. We'd argued before she left, harsh words exchanged over family obligations and old resentments. She'd accused me of things I couldn't quite remember clearly now, her voice rising to match mine in the heat of our final confrontation. I walked to her former bedroom and pushed open the door. The space looked exactly as I'd left it after cleaning bare walls, empty closet, stripped mattress. Dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight. Everything normal, everything explicable. Yet the floorboards creaked under my feet in a rhythm that sounded almost like footsteps following behind me. I turned, but the hallway stretched empty. Just old wood responding to weight and pressure, I told myself. Houses made noises. That was simply their nature. but something cold brushed against the back of my neck. I spun around again, faster this time, my heart beginning to race. The air felt different now, thicker, charged with an energy I couldn't name. The jasmine scent grew stronger, and underneath it, something else. Something metallic and sharp that made my stomach clench with recognition I couldn't quite grasp. My reflection caught in the bedroom mirror, and for just a moment I could have sworn someone stood behind me. A familiar silhouette with long hair and delicate shoulders. My sister's build exactly. But when I blinked, only my own pale face stared back, eyes wide with growing unease. The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations. Peripheral vision could be unreliable, especially when emotional stress created hypervigilance. The brain's pattern recognition system sometimes imposed familiar shapes onto random shadows and light variations. I'd read about this phenomenon in psychology journals during my college years. But my hands were shaking now, and no amount of reasoning could still them. I backed out of the room and closed the door firmly. The humming had stopped at least. The house settled into its usual afternoon quiet, broken only by the distant sound of traffic and the occasional bird call from the garden. Normal sounds, comforting sounds. I returned to the living room and sank into my favorite chair, the worn leather embracing me with familiar warmth. Everything had a logical explanation. The music box, the scent, the sounds, all products of stress and an overactive imagination. I'd been pushing myself too hard since my sister left, trying to fill the silence she'd left behind with work and routine. But as I sat there trying to calm my racing pulse, fragments of memory began surfacing unbidden. Flashes of that final argument with my sister, pieces I'd somehow forgotten or pushed aside. Her face, flushed with anger and something else, fear. Her voice, not just raised in argument, but cracking with emotion I hadn't recognized at the time. "You don't remember, do you?" she'd said, backing toward the door with her suitcase in hand. "You never remember." "Remember what?" I'd asked, genuinely confused. But she'd just shaken her head and walked out, leaving me standing in the hallway with questions that felt too dangerous to pursue. The humming started again. This time I was certain it wasn't the music box. The sound seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a low, resonant tone that made my teeth ache. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the melody continued, muffled but persistent. It wasn't random noise or mechanical malfunction. It was deliberate, purposeful, almost like a song someone might hum while working. My sister used to hum while she cleaned, always the same tune, something melancholy and wordless that seemed to spring from some deep well of sadness within her. I'd found it annoying back then, that constant background soundtrack to her domestic activities. But now, hearing it again, I felt something else entirely. Guilt. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Guilt so sharp and sudden that I doubled over in the chair, gasping for breath. But guilt about what? What had I done? What had I forgotten? The afternoon light was fading, casting longer shadows across the room. The familiar space began to feel foreign, as if I were seeing it through different eyes. The arrangement of furniture looked wrong somehow. The coffee table sat too far from the couch. The bookshelf seemed to have shifted closer to the window. Small changes that shouldn't have mattered but felt monumentally significant. I stood and walked to the kitchen, needing water, needing something normal and concrete to anchor myself. But even there, things felt off. The dish towel hung on the wrong hook. The salt and pepper shakers had switched positions. Tiny alterations that could have been my own absent-minded doing, yet they felt like evidence of something I couldn't name. The humming followed me, growing stronger near the basement door. I'd avoided the basement since my sister left. No particular reason, just hadn't needed to go down there. But now, standing before the closed door with that melody seeming to seep up from below, I felt a pull I couldn't resist. My hand reached for the doorknob without conscious decision. The basement stairs creaked under my weight, each step releasing a small puff of musty air. The humming was definitely stronger down here, though I still couldn't pinpoint its source. The overhead bulb cast harsh shadows between the stored boxes and forgotten furniture. My sister's belongings that hadn't fit in her car, things she'd promised to send for but never had. Among the boxes, I found one marked in her handwriting, "Important, do not throw away." I didn't remember seeing it before, though memory could be unreliable when it came to basement storage. I opened the flaps carefully. Inside, I found photographs, dozens of them, some I recognized and others that seemed to show events I couldn't recall. Pictures of my sister and me together, but in many of them she looked strained, uncomfortable. Her smile appeared forced, her body language tense and withdrawn. In one photo, she was cleaning the kitchen while I sat at the table, apparently unaware of the camera. But something about my posture, the set of my shoulders, looked wrong, aggressive somehow, threatening. I didn't remember that day. I didn't remember most of the scenes captured in these images. At the bottom of the box, wrapped in tissue paper, was a small digital recorder. My fingers hesitated before pressing the play button. The humming in the basement seemed to pause, as if the house itself were holding its breath. My sister's voice emerged from the tiny speaker, shaky and uncertain. "I don't know if anyone will ever hear this, but I need to document what's been happening. The episodes are getting worse, more frequent. Afterward, it's like nothing happened at all, but I can see the changes. The way things get moved around, the way I feel afterward, sore, frightened, like I've been running from something I can't see." My hands were trembling so violently, I nearly dropped the device. I've tried talking about it, but there's never any memory of what I'm describing. It's like living with two different people, and one of them doesn't know the other exists. The recording crackled with static, then continued. I found the music box playing in the middle of the night again, always the same song. I think it's some kind of signal, or maybe a warning. I'm going to leave it behind when I go. Maybe that will help somehow. The humming in the basement had stopped entirely now. The silence felt heavier than the sound had been, pressing down on me with the weight of implications I couldn't fully grasp. I sat on the basement floor, surrounded by boxes of a life I couldn't completely remember living, holding evidence of events that felt like someone else's experiences. But they were mine, weren't they? The photos showed my face, my house, my sister. The voice on the recording spoke about me with intimate familiarity, yet it all felt like a story someone had told me about strangers. I climbed back upstairs on unsteady legs, the recorder clutched in my sweating palm. The living room looked different again, or maybe I was seeing it clearly for the first time. The coffee table bore faint scratches I'd never noticed before. The corner of the rug was turned up slightly, as if someone had stumbled over it recently. The music box sat on its shelf, innocent and silent, but as I approached it, I caught my reflection in its polished surface, and for just a moment I saw someone else entirely. Someone whose face held an expression I'd never seen in mirrors before, cold, calculating, utterly without warmth. I blinked and my own confused features looked back at me. The humming started again, but now I realized it was coming from inside my own head. A melody I knew by heart, though I couldn't remember learning it. A tune that felt like coming home and running away at the same time. My sister had been right to leave. I understood that now, even if I couldn't understand why. Something lived in this house, in these rooms, in the spaces between my memories. Something that hummed old songs and moved furniture and left scratches on coffee tables. Something that might have been me. The recorder in my hand felt warm, almost alive. I could delete the files, throw away the photos, pretend I'd never found them. Return to the simple explanation of stress and imagination and old houses settling in the autumn air. But the humming continued, patient and persistent, waiting for me to remember what I'd forgotten, or perhaps waiting for me to forget what I was starting to remember. I stood at the crossroads of two possible truths, unable to choose between them. The afternoon light continued to fade, and somewhere in the growing shadows, my sister's melody played on, a lullaby for secrets that might be better left sleeping. The music box remained closed, but I could hear it singing anyway.